Okay. Your attention, please. It is 5:18. The date is August 14, 2025. I would like to call the meeting to order. Would you please stand with us for the Pledge of Allegiance? Stand, ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And with that, I would like to thank everyone in attendance. This is a City of Avenal City Council meeting to conduct a business, city business with the community. And I would like to ask everyone to be respectful of each other. And please, there'll be time for you to address council. With that, I would like our city clerk to please do roll call to make sure we do have a quorum.
Councilman Reynosa,
Here.
Councilman Verdugo, Councilman Hernandez,
Here.
Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Gomez,
Here.
Mayor Preciado.
Here, and for the record, we do have a quorum. Everyone is present. Would you also read that statement?
Government Code, Section 54952.3, the members of the City Council Successor Agency are entitled to receive a total of $450 per month due to their service serving the City Council. They receive no other compensation for serving as a member of the successor agency.
We don't have a speaker in the back.
It's not being amplified. The microphones are for the Zoom stream.
Mhm.
I just have to speak loudly.
So let's speak louder. Thank you. And so at this time, we will open public comments in, believe, 3 minutes per person. And please state your name and please come to the podium. Thank you.
Okay, I'll have a public comment card for Ginger Wallace.
So my comment today is that there has been some stuff said about the complaining of staff that goes on with the fire department. Well, there's a saying, you get what you pay. If you want to pay less money, you get less employees. There was some comments made after the last meeting by city officials stating that there's errors on the fire department part. Particularly one fire that happened here. The call came in at 5:29 PM. And Kings County Fire was on location at 1:29 PM, and the fire was on location at 1:31 PM. 3 minutes, 11 seconds response time. They were not out of town. And then a negative comment was made about Captain Eat. Okay, I understand for a short time in Avenal, but he was a hero in this town. And the negative comments about it being an error on the fire department's part, why he died, is wrong for our city officials to say. He died of a massive heart attack right there on scene. So please quit having negative comments about our fire department. It would be well appreciated if you guys would. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sheila Verdugo.
Both now. We've amended it to say both was, is, and isn't on the agenda. So this is your time to speak.
Okay.
So first of all, I wanna say that my husband and I were over at the county and the contract is, I guess, gonna be sent back with a little bit of different language or whatever, but I just wanted to say, thank you to everybody, right? From this county side to the city side. I know it has been a back and forth, thing, the negotiations or, trying to change language and that kind of stuff. And I understand it's a huge responsibility and everybody has to do their diligence. But I just wanted to make just even though it's not on. So I just read out, good evening, Mayor and council members and community. I'm here to voice my support for approving the proposed fire services between Avenal and the county, which is this ones that I believe you should have had already. I think they did that on Tuesday, so the city should have that contract or the agreement with the change language. I think what happens with that contract is it's ensuring the uninterrupted fire protection of the emergency medical services that we currently have. It allows for predictability, budgeting over multiple years. It retains the ability to adjust and contract in future for future needs and resources. And if we need to change those, it gives us that kind of, that leeway, right? The benefits to for our county, it strengthens regional cooperation of resources and sharing. It promotes efficient deployment of personnel, equipment, and training across all jurisdictions. It's not just here, but across the county, and it provides clear terms that protect the county's operational planning. The benefits to our citizens, and this is really important. I'm going to take these off because we got them at the dollar store and they're not really helping. Benefits to our citizens. It gives us peace of mind, right? Knowing emergency response will remain reliable and consistent. That's what this contract's going to do, right? It's going to improve the safety through coordinated training, equipment, and staffing. We will have exactly the professional services that we have now. I don't know. I mean, I think anybody can find faults, right? In any service, in any entity. I mean, we know we're city employees, so we absolutely know. Well, no longer, but I mean, I understand that point of view, right? No matter how much you do, you're never going to please everybody. And so the fire is no different, right? They're no different. There's going to be things that are said and things that are going to try to be brought up. But at the end of the day, I don't think we've ever had any real issues with this fire department, right? They've done their job. They've been there when they were called. I mean, they have done an exemplary job for this community. So this new contract with the new language, and I don't know where it's going to go, but I'm saying, wow,
10 seconds, Sheila.
it's okay, right? I think it's okay to really give it some real thought and consideration. And like I said, it's going to also
Time is up.
build stronger communication, our community, right? And resilience. So we really need to think about our community when we
Thank you.
think about this new contract language.
Kelly Guzman.
Good evening, my name is Toby Guzman, and my address is 1068 South 7th Street, 71. And I also have a property in Those Funds Town. And I'm also here just to voice my support for the Kings County Fire Department as it is. I have been doing a lot of thought about this, and I have a lot of things I just don't understand. But one of the things that I do understand is that our measure that we voted in for the I think it says the argument for Measure A as presented said that it was for the essential needs of the city, starting with police, fire, street, sidewalk repair, senior needs, and it goes down the line. I'm kind of thinking that the priority will be the first items mentioned: police, fire, street safety. And I think looking at the budget then, as we were here the last time, I see that the police department gets a whopping 46% of that budget. The Measure A is bringing in almost double what we thought it was going to bring in 2022. Is that not correct? I just think the money is there to pay for the fire department, regardless of what the city's calling Plan B or volunteer in-house, whatever the title is. I just feel that the safety shouldn't be compromised. And I think that the voted officials here should listen to the voice of your voters and keep that in mind. I know I've heard it said that it's our job to vote,
and it's your job to decide. Well, I think that in those decisions that our vote should carry a little bit heavy weight, and I'm sad about all the back and forth, I would say that I read under the ICMA Code of Ethics that this is to create excellence in local government, developing and fostering professional local government management worldwide, not just Avenal, worldwide. And this, we believe it's essential to efficient, equitable, and democratic local government. To be going down to 3, to be dedicated to the highest ideals of honor and integrity. Serve the best member, the interests of all the community members, and going down to say that we should refrain, number 7, from all political activities which undermine public confidence in professional administrators. So I would ask that people kind of back up a little bit on the whole debates about the recall efforts. Let the people sign, let the people vote,
10
let the
seconds.
people be heard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thanks.
That's all the comment cards.
We have any online? Yeah, go ahead.
Veronica, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Angie. Good evening, Mayor and Councilman and city staff. My name
Good
is
evening.
Veronica Aguirre. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. I have, first of all, before I even start, I'm gonna use a couple seconds to tell you guys that it is bad, and I think it's disrespectful to be fiddle-faddling around with paperwork while people are doing public comment. I think you guys get ample time to review the items on the agenda than to use the time that you should be listening to the public and playing around with papers. I find that very bad taste, and I think it's our time to be able to speak to you guys and express our feelings. So I just want to say that first. Second, second of all, I want to again raise a concern I first shared during the June 26th meeting, one that was entered into public record, but has yet to be formally acknowledged by this council or city staff. I'm referring to the statement on your agenda that says the council asks that you keep your statements concise and positive. Creative criticism presented with appropriate courtesy is welcome. While I understand the intention may be to promote civility, this kind of language is problematic. Asking the public to be positive suggests that critical feedback is not truly welcome, even when it's respectful. That not only undermines the purpose of public comment, it risks violating our First Amendment rights. We often hear the word transparency from this council and city staff, but policies like this go against the value. They discourage honest participation and make people feel like their concerns must be softened or filtered to be heard. As residents, we should feel free to express our concerns without fear of judgment or scrutiny, especially from those in leadership. Public comment isn't just a box to check. It's the core part of community engagement and government accountability. I also noticed this language seems similar to what is used by the city of Corcoran. If that's what the idea came from, it's unfortunate that you adopted this part, but not the policy of allowing 5 minutes for public comment. If you were going to take inspiration from other cities, let's also adopt the policies that give public more voice, not less. I've also learned that the city of Avenal and the city of Corcoran share the same attorney. While sharing legal counsel may be efficient, sharing legal advice across cities with different needs and values is not always appropriate. Avenal deserves policies that reflect this community, not ones copied and pasted from somewhere else. I respectfully ask council and city staff to remove concise and positive language from the agenda and reaffirm your commitment to open, inclusive, and constitutionally protected public comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else online? We have. Go ahead.
Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Jose Verduzco. I'm just here to introduce myself formally as Renewed Government Affairs Representative for PGA. Formerly, it was Nathan Alonso, but he got transferred to county. Now I get the pleasure of serving the city of Avenal. I left you my business cards. Feel free to call, text, or email me whenever there's an outage. a business is experiencing issues with PG&E, any PG&E related issue. I'm here to help you 24/7. I'll get the power on as quickly as I can. Life happens, but here to help out in any way. Just wanted to introduce myself. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And I believe last week you were already working with that issue.
Thanks. Hopefully we don't get too many of those the rest of the summer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You have any more online?
On Facebook, Humberto?
Thank you. See no other comments. At this time, we'll close public comments. Move over into closed session. And I believe there are any comments for closed session items? This is the time to ask the questions.
Required public comment already, so we amended
Oh,
the vote
um,
on and on the agenda.
So we'll be going into closed session. We should be back by 6:15. So hopefully we'll be back on time. Thank you and see you soon. Yeah, we have
Start the waiting. Good? Is the mic on?
Testing. Mhm.
You're ready.
You ready? Okay. We just came out of closed session. At this time, we do not have anything to report out of closed session. The time is 7:01. We will reconvene with the regular council meeting, but we will have to go back to closed session. We have some items pending. We will come out and report if we approve anything during closed session. With that, we'll go into item number 5, and that is consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are routine in approval with one motion or enacting by action. We have 5A is to consider the City of Avenal successor agencies approval of minutes for July 9 and also July 10, a special meeting, and also August 4, which was our special meeting, July 22nd as well. So is there any questions, comments? If not, is there a motion to accept the consent calendar? We have a motion by Councilmember Verdugo and a second by Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Gomez. Angie, roll call, please.
Councilman Reynosa? Councilman Verdugo?
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez?
Yes.
Mayor Preciado?
Yes. So for the record, the consent calendar was approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 6 is the designation of a voting delegate and alternate for the 2025 League of Cities Conference and the General Assembly. I believe Mr. Lopez will take this action. City Clerk
Yes.
will take it into consideration.
Yes, Honorable and City Council, I come before you with the California League of Cities. It's gonna be in Long Beach. It's an annual conference. And it's at the General Assembly will convene on Friday, the 10th, and at the Long Beach Convention Center. But at this time, I do ask to appoint a delegate and an alternate for the
Mhm.
meeting. And also staff recommends the council appoint a voting delegate upon 2 alternate voting delegates to represent the city of Avenal at the League of California Cities Annual Conference Assembly scheduled for October 10th, 2025. And I do have, I reserve reservations for Councilman Verdugo and Mayor Preciado. And if anybody would like to attend, I'm more than happy to accommodate.
So at this time, I believe I will let Councilmember Verdugo, do you want to be the either one of them? Just you can decide.
Since I've never done, it, I guess I could try to see what
Mhm.
it's like. So yeah, I'll do it.
Okay,
Voting
so
delegate.
that one is on the Friday at the end of the convention. And so if for any reason you need to leave early, let me know. That way I can stay.
Can
at
we
the
do
end.
a motion to appoint Councilman Verdugo as the voting delegate? And somebody, I would need a motion and a second, please.
I will make that motion. Is there a
Second.
Second by Mr. Reynosa. Roll call.
Councilman Reynosa?
Yes.
Councilman Verdugo?
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez?
Yeah.
Mayor Preciado?
Aye. Okay, pass, and I will volunteer for the alternate position. So I'll make a motion.
I second.
Second by Reynosa. Roll call, please.
Councilman Reynosa,
Yes.
Councilman Verdugo.
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gomez,
Yes.
Mayor Preciado.
Aye, for the record, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go into item number 7, which is activity reports, special presentations, and committee reports. We have 7A. It is the Police Department activity report by Cecilio Velasco, Chief of Police.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City Manager, Madam Clerks, and honored community.
Your microphone might just turned on, sir.
Not,
Your microphone might not be turned on.
how about now?
But I think.
On? Regarding leadership stability, our Commander Edward Rich continues to support me in leading the department and is actively expanding his administrative skill set. He plays a key role in mentoring and staff development as the department's field training officer, senior advisor coordinator, who's currently updating our post FTO guidelines. He is also scheduled to attend post-management school here in the near future. I believe it's in October. Officers Jose Gonzalez and Miguel Gonzalez, correction, Lucida, have been promoted to the rank of sergeant. Both along with Corporal Van Dersen are scheduled to attend post-supervisory school. I conducted a department-wide training for patrol staff focused on proper report writing, thorough investigations, and guidance on detective call-out procedures and utilization protocols. This is valuable because it promotes consistency, accuracy, and accountability in reporting and investigations, while ensuring that the patrol staff understand when and how to effectively utilize detectives. And this ultimately strengthens the quality of our casework and departmental operations. Internal recruitment is ongoing to fill the remaining sergeant and corporal positions, further strengthening the department's supervisory capacity. Record staff will be attending post-certified Public Records Act training. In addition to our records clerk, Marcelis, will be attending the post-certified records course. This is beneficial because it ensures our record staff are receiving standardized, up-to-date training in public records laws and best practices, enhancing both legal compliance and professionalism of our department's records operations. Regarding recruiting and retaining the best, recruitment for police officer 1 and 2 positions remain active. However, the department is nearing full staffing with 1 officer recruit in the hiring process and 3 additional candidates in the background investigation phase. Officer Christopher Drake is progressing steadily through the field training program and is nearing completion. I believe he should be entering his last, well, he is in his last phase and should be released if everything goes well on August the 22nd. The partnership between detectives and property and evidence team has already proven effective in managing complex investigations. Regarding international model of community trust, officers and community service unit members have actively participated in outreach initiatives, including Rotary events, Ice Cream with the Cop, the Avenal Independence Day celebration, Avenal Summer Kids Spot Tour basketball, and the 5K torch run. We're also in the process of planning our National Night Out, which we're shooting for the first Tuesday of October. Recruitment for the Avenal Police Explorers program is ongoing. Although efforts slowed over the summer, outreach is resuming now that the school year is in session. And we should be posting on social media a recruiting event that will be hosted at our police department, and Sergeant Gracida will be the contact for that. He is our explorer, but amongst the safest cities in America, the department continues to see a downward trend in crime rates. Officers are proactively and legally seizing illegal firearms during enforcement actions and calls for service. Installation of the flock safety camera system is 50% completed. Full deployment is pending the necessary Caltrans permits, which, we had mentioned in the past that it could take a while. The department continues implementing its momentum policing model, enhanced by the addition of detectives and new investigative technology to support proactive crime reduction strategies. I participated in the quarterly Kings County Major Crimes Task Force meeting with allied agency leaders to strengthen regional partnerships. We are truly grateful for the continued friendship and collaboration among our partner agencies. The Hanford Police Department provided vital assistance during the arrest of a suspect in one of our cases that led us to their city. Their support was instrumental, and we extend our sincerest appreciation to the chief and her command staff for their ongoing willingness to assist us. We're deeply thankful for all of our regional partnerships, which continues to make our communities safer together. The department maintains regarding embracing wellness among our employees. The department maintains a supportive and community work environment that prioritizes employee wellness and morale. Plans are in the motion to revamp our peer support program. Officers and staff are encouraged to engage in community events as part of promoting a healthy work-life balance. Leadership. We regularly conduct check-ins with our staff to support their well-being, to foster innovation and maintain mission-driven culture. And below you'll see the stats for June and July, which were not completed in my last stats report. As you can see, pretty consistent with the previous months. We did see an increase in citations in traffic enforcement, a decrease in traffic collisions for June, and a slight increase in July, potentially due to more travelers being on the roadway, traveling to our jurisdiction due to some closures on 41 and whatnot. At the time of the completion of this report, we had no traffic collisions, although I'm aware that we recently had some collisions. That'll be the end of my report. If you have any questions.
Any questions for Chief Velasco?
No, but no questions, but can you just because we got more of an audience now, the flock cameras, explain to them what they are and what they do.
Flock cameras are they are cameras that read license plates and other characteristics from a vehicle. What they do is wherever they're strategically placed, they provide us with an investigative lead, which is the plate information, so that we can connect it to a possible suspect that has committed a crime where those either near the vicinity of where the crime occurred, or as someone is either going through that area in order to escape our jurisdiction shortly after a crime has been committed, or to get the information related to the people that are coming into the community to commit those crimes.
Where have you seen these cameras actually work? And I think
Well, I have firsthand experience in the agency where I previously worked at for over 10 years. We used them at the Delano Police Department. They were very successful in the apprehension of several suspects involved in very serious violent crimes. That community used to average anywhere between, since I was there, anywhere between 7 to 10 homicides a year. The first year we obtained the flock cameras, it lowered that homicide rate to about 60%. The following year was about 70%, and the solvability rate went up to about 85%. I saw that my friend, Chief Nicholson posted, that since that last year that I was there, they've had 740 days without a homicide. And they attribute that a lot to, of course, their great investigative unit, but also, their flock cameras.
Mhm.
Proud that I was a part of that, acquisition of those cameras. And also glad that I was a part of that great investigative unit. So, we're not gonna reinvent the wheel. We're gonna utilize the same type of technology and the same type of strategies. I'm also proud to say that since I've been here, we've had over a year and a half of not having any homicides.
Mhm.
Thank you.
They're also used very widely in the area, those flat cameras, right?
Yes.
The number one, I guess, for,
Number one, and it's tied to a lot of agencies. For example, I'm aware that all our neighboring agencies are utilizing flock cameras. So what happens is when a criminal commits a violent crime in a community, their instinct is not always going to be to stay.
Mhm.
And majority of the time, they're going to want to escape in order to either escape the heat, or, to prevent capture. And then, maybe they may, creep up back into town, short time after that, or a long time after that. But typically they'll go to neighboring cities, and those
Mhm.
neighboring cities like Lemoore, Hanford, Corcoran, or unincorporated parts of Kings County, which also has, flock cameras from the sheriff's department and the Kings County Dean's office. And a lot of times what happens if we put beyond what we call it, beyond the lookout, we have the opportunity to do that through the system. And if detectives are looking for that vehicle may get a hit at those neighboring agencies, and then we can work collaboratively with those agencies in order to find that vehicle, and whether we need to seize it for evidence or, connect it to a suspect in the case and arrest, all those options are open at that time. Typically it was hard to get leads because a lot of times witnesses, they wouldn't get the entire plate. They wouldn't be able to give us the actual plate itself or any portion thereof. But fortunately with this camera, we could search not just by plate, we could search and by make, model, and color. So even if a victim or witness were to say, hey, you know what, it's a green Toyota, Camry, we can look for vehicles that match the description of any green Toyota that may have passed through this invisible barrier that we created through where these cameras are positioned.
Mhm.
So we basically position these cameras. We created this invisible force field around the egress and ingress points of our city. So that way, if we pretty much strategically place them where not anyone's going to be able to escape those routes around Avenal. So we'll be able to capture as they either come in or come out, either way. If they utilize the vehicle during that crime.
It's very smart. So I have two questions. Can you give us an update about the torch run, also the first and secondary school traffic around schools, any incidents?
Yeah, my understanding, we had a great participation from our department. And it was a great event that was attended by many runners. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it there. I had prior obligations with family out of the area. But I made sure that we had maximum participation from our department, and we did.
Mhm.
And it was very great to see people running for a good cause. And also supporting law enforcement at the same time.
Mhm.
And what was the other?
First day of school and
Oh,
secondary
yes,
school.
we posted online that we were going to do some enforcement, looking out for safety of the students, the staff, and the parents that were taking their children to school. And my understanding that we had some pretty good traffic enforcement that morning. And we're gonna continue to do that.
Mhm.
It's something, it's always been ingrained in me, even in the days when I worked at Corcoran PD, you know, we used to have school patrol. You know, it was something that they encouraged there, that was ingrained in me, and by Chief Ruben Shortnessy, who's now retired, but I took that with me when I became when I was a sergeant, I practiced that on my shifts. And then when I became a commander in Delano, I had the opportunity to implement that as part of my patrolling strategies to try to prevent accidents for kids going to and from school. And we're doing the same here in Avenal. So heavy patrolling during school hours, whether it be in the morning, during lunchtime, and also after school.
Mhm. Oh, and that is for the safety of the students at every site in Avenal.
Yes.
Mm. I'm getting concerned about so many electric skaters, electric bicycles, kind of driving on the sidewalk and sometimes almost hitting the other pedestrians. So we're gonna have to kind of do something in order that they have a safe route and not impeding the people, the pedestrians on the sidewalks. I don't know, I think that will be a conversation in the future, how children and students can get safely back from school and after school. So there's also control on that because, the most important things, those little drivers are not obeying the stop signs. They're just running through them like they're not even there. And bicycles, they are like a car. They have to obey all those laws.
Yes.
So we gotta find a medium where everybody's safe. The pedestrians, skaters, electric bicycles. So, that's something for to think about what will be the next step, making it safer for everybody.
Yes, we're gonna be posting some educational material for motorized scooters and that will have hopefully an educational impact. And then if that doesn't work, if we still see some incidents involving that, we'll definitely beef up our enforcement.
Mhm. And lastly, I would like to say that the traffic collisions have decreased. We're over 10, 12, 14 for a while. And now, even though you mentioned July was 6, I still see a lot of 2s and 3s. So that's a good decline on traffic collisions in the city. Thank you for that. Any other question for Chief?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you for your report, Chief. And with that, we'll go to item 7.2, which is Community Development Activity Report by Joshua McDonald. And I believe she's online.
Yes.
Yes. City planner from Four Creeks. Go ahead,
Mr. Ray.
Josh. You can go to 3 and come back to 2.
Yeah.
So we'll go to Economic Development and Grant Writing Report by Emily English, Grants Manager by Chris Company. Go ahead, Emily.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we
Yes.
can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, council members and Mr. Mayor, City Manager.
Good evening.
We'll begin our report. I will give a state update on the California legislative and budget outlook. So California remains in a period of fiscal caution as slower economic growth and lower than expected tax receipts continue to put pressure on the state budget. While the budget passed in June helped stabilize short-term gaps, updated revenue data this summer points to continued uncertainty heading into 2026. The state is operating in a tight spending environment, with most new funding directed toward protecting schools, healthcare, and wildfire mitigation. Discretionary funding for smaller capital projects remains limited. Infrastructure and water policy remain a priority, with continuing investment in drought resilience, water storage, and clean drinking water projects, particularly in disadvantaged rural communities. On housing and homelessness, legislative leaders are focusing on streamlining housing approvals and extending support for homelessness programs. However, funding levels for these initiatives remain flat or lower compared to prior years. The California legislature is currently on summer recess and will reconvene on August 18th. During this break, no legislative hearings or floor sessions are being held, but members are meeting with constituents and preparing bills for action when the session resumes. In Washington, Congress is working toward the fiscal year 2026 budget while continuing to debate federal spending caps and the national debt limit. These negotiations have slowed progress on appropriations bills, especially those related to infrastructure, transportation, and community development programs. Congress is currently in its annual August recess, while the House out from with the House out from late July through September 1st and the state on break from August 1st through September 1st. During this time, lawmakers are back in their district meeting with constituents, attending events, and engaging locally. Behind the scenes negotiations on spending bills continue, with many measures still unresolved and expectations that final decisions will come later in the fall. So we are very pleased to share that Avenal's $4 million water storage tank project has officially cleared the House Appropriations Committee, marking a significant milestone in the federal funding process. While this is an important step forward, final approval will depend on Congress passing a fiscal year 2026 funding bill. As we experienced last year, projects that advance this far were ultimately removed when Congress opted for a series of short-term continuing resolutions instead of a comprehensive funding package. While another CR is still a possibility, we're hopeful that Congress can come together this time to pass an omnibus funding bill that includes our CPF requests. As you all are aware, we currently distribute a bi-weekly Sacramento snapshot that provides updates on important state legislation. Anthony already received this update, and we would be happy to add any city council members who would like to get it as well. For our economic development update, our team has made significant progress aimed at strengthening Avenal's position as a destination for business growth. We are actively conducting targeted outreach to retail and restaurant operators with a particular focus on franchise-based models that align with the city's long-term economic vision. These efforts are not only geared toward attracting well-known brands to our community, but also toward creating meaningful opportunities for local ownership and investment. To support this strategy, we developed and updated a franchise opportunity flyer that showcases the advantages of opening a franchised restaurant in Avenal. The flyer includes information on possible available properties, a step-by-step guide to becoming a franchise owner, and details on the support available from both the city and our team. This resource will be shared with prospective people, distributed through local networks, and made available to residents who are interested in launching their own business. Attracting corporate and franchise businesses offers a range of benefits for Avenal. These include expanding the local job market, drawing in customers from surrounding areas, and increasing local spending. The resulting growth rate in sales tax revenue enhances the city's ability to invest in public services and infrastructure. Importantly, our approach is designed to complement, not compete with existing small businesses. The increase in foot traffic and consumer options supports local entrepreneurs, helping to build a more balanced, resilient, and thriving economy. For our grant writing update, a representative from the CRISCOM team continues to participate in bi-weekly staff meetings, providing guidance on active grants and identifying new funding opportunities for upcoming city projects. We remain focused on securing grants that align with Avenal's priorities in infrastructure, public safety, recreation, and community development. A few upcoming grant deadlines are the wonderful Central Valley Community Grant due at the end of this month, the ABC OTS Alcohol Enforcement Grant due September 12th, and a Local Code Enforcement Grant due September 30th. That concludes our report, and I welcome any comments or questions from council as they see fit.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions, comments?
Only that I'd like to receive that and that.
$4 million.
Yeah.
It's $4 million. You cannot forget that.
Sacramento.
We'll get right on that.
Mm.
Yeah, you know,
Getting that 4 million.
mm,
Almost,
there.
yeah, but.
yeah,
One step closer.
we got the news. I got the news 2 days ago, so it wasn't a surprise. But I also would like to let you know that I'll be in Sacramento, the 20th. I believe that's Thursday. At two assembly members from LA County are going to be giving a study that UC Davis made regarding affordable potable water for the state of California, especially disadvantaged communities and rural communities, but also the lack of participation of Latinos at the water agencies throughout the state. Sometimes they're not board members that represent the communities, and they're not aware of the decision making at that time. So they're going to be presenting it at the state capitol. And I was told to invite our assembly member in our district, which is Alexandra Macedo. So when I reached to her office, she mentioned that she may be in for a few minutes, but she opened an invitation for me to go to her office in the afternoon. And so I would like to know if any member of Chris Khan will be there present, so they can go with me and meet with the assemblywoman. I'll be probably in the afternoon between 2 and 3 p.m.
Yeah, I can reach out to John and see if he will be in Sacramento on that day, and if not, if he can make himself available at all to help with that meeting for sure.
Because we'll be talking about Avenal needs in the
Yeah.
region, and it'll be good if we can have an update on what you're working on. And I believe Senator Melissa Hurtado will be there too, so it's a good opportunity to meet with them and ask them about our needs in Avenal.
Yes, I will definitely bring that up with John and make it a priority if we can.
Thank you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
And now we'll go back to 7.2, which is Community Development Activity Report by Josh McDonald, Contract City Planner from Four Creeks. Are you there, Josh?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me now?
Good. Yes, good evening. We
Oh,
can hear
good.
you.
I apologize for the technical difficulty that I had there.
No problem.
I am here. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for having me this evening. I have a brief report that I'd like to share with you. Permit activity continues to move along nicely in Avenal. Everything from additions to homes to signage requests to a couple of new home requests. There's also a potential solar project that we are in very preliminary discussions with. We also recently helped with the health clinic with ARIA, met with them about 3 weeks ago now, and they're looking at constructing a parking lot along with some solar associated with the health clinic. And in addition, they're looking at expanding and doing a pharmacy as well. So we were working with them to get the addressing correct for the pharmacy to be able to be located. Along with the good, there's a little bit of bad. There is some code enforcement activity that we're working with the city manager's office and the fire department and other staff on. And in addition, finally, from a big picture perspective, long range planning is active right now. There is an administrative draft housing element that is currently available for review. Angie was nice enough to post the public notice period for the public to review the document. In addition, staff is reviewing it, and our review is almost complete, and we'll be sharing any findings and comments that we have with the city manager. And finally, I have reviewed in detail the draft regional active transportation plan. I look forward to the presentation that you'll be receiving a little while from now, and I'll be available to answer any questions for that if you have any for me there. Mayor, that does conclude my comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions for Josh? No. Just-
Where we at on this Fresno Kings County boundary changes annexing? Where we at in that stage?
There were a number of preliminary conversations that occurred between staff. So that was the Director of Planning, Bernard Jimenez, with Fresno County, as well as myself. And Anthony is aware of those conversations. It has been quiet for the past couple of months, and I look forward to potentially restarting those conversations. It will require a good deal of communication between the two entities, but I really don't have anything major to report on that right now. I remain available to help move that along, so to speak, as we move
Yeah,
forward.
and thank you, Josh. And yeah, I know we've spoken about it and you've pinged me on it a few times. We're just trying to coordinate some time to meet with the
Buddy.
supervisor that corresponds to that area. And
Yeah.
getting on the schedule is taking a little bit longer than expected, and we just haven't been able to coordinate a time.
Certainly.
I know that's the next step that they recommended, to kind of go back to the drawing table,
Mhm.
kind of realize what that boundary changes would look like, and then we could speak with all the staff and kind of get that moving.
I'll be ready to go.
Yeah, so I have requested a second meeting with Supervisor Buddy Mendez, District 4 for Fresno County. And we'll probably be letting you know about the time and date of the meeting. That way maybe you can be present. We had a good conversation with him, and he was very supportive of the annexation, but then we gave it to the Public Works Department in Fresno County and Kings County, but now, since like you mentioned, it's stalled for about 2 months, but we're trying to meet again and kind of try to push that project forward ASP.
One suggestion that I would have on the topic, not to make it even more difficult, but if at all possible, if Fresno County Public Works planning staff were present at that meeting with the supervisor, I think that could potentially be very helpful in helping them move in the right direction.
Okay, I will make that request probably tomorrow. That way they can have the invite too.
Yeah.
And
Thank you very much.
And I also had a question regarding the area clinic. The pharmacy is gonna be inside the new building, or is it gonna be on the parking lot area itself? I know they already bought the property, they're just waiting to be developed, but the pharmacy, is it gonna be inside or the parking area?
My apologies, Mayor, for not having been more specific. The pharmacy will be located within the existing footprint of the health clinic.
Inside.
Yeah.
And we did do a certificate of occupancy, and it's ready to go.
Oh.
They're just getting all their pharmacy equipment up to date and installing it in their facility.
Mhm.
And it's gonna be available for the community as well.
Mhm. Okay, well, thank you. I guess there are no other questions for Josh. No. Thank you for your report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go into presentation reports. And we have the end of summer or presentation, summer 2025 interns. There you. Come on up. Come and present. We'll be missing you guys. It's on the screen.
We'll be right back.
Our 5 summer interns right here. And we're gonna start with Diego. Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, Legal Counsel, City Manager, City Clerks, and community members.
Can you make sure the mic is on? Hello?
On the,
I'll make sure the light's on and
The green light on.
close to it.
The green light, this one is.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
I'd like to start off by saying that going into this internship, I didn't know what to expect or what I signed up for. I thought that I would be stuck at City Hall, at a desk, working and staring at a computer for hours, and I'm glad to say that that was not the case working here. This internship has taught me so much about the behind the scenes of how Avenal operates and meeting the amazing people behind it. The internship turned out to be more engaging than I expected. Moving through the different departments gave me perspective to what it takes to keep the community running. Skills that I have been happy and proud to learn were to plan and organize events, communicate with the public as I'm doing right now, and work alongside with amazing people with different roles to keep me adaptable. It also pushed me to think on my feet, as there have been instances where situations have not worked out, where we would have to come up with newer and better solutions. Overall, it has been a rewarding experience, and I am glad to have gained everything that I have learned so I could take to future jobs and use in my everyday life. And that is all I have for everyone today.
Thank you.
Pictures from Diego's side.
We went to a hospital.
Yo, my name is Palmerino. I was one of the interns for the summer, and I just have a few words to say. So, this internship was something different. I've had a few jobs already, but this one really felt like a family to me. I came into the internship a bit nervous because I didn't really know how a local government works, but I made it work, and I'm happy for that. After this internship, I could say that I have not learned how much it takes just to have this internship was something special, and I'm grateful I was part of it. I'm glad I was able to give back to this community I've grown up in, and I hope to continue to be able to give back in the future. And these are just some pictures that I gotten over the summer. The first one I was patching up roads with Public Works. The second one was Spirit Week, which honestly was really fun for me, being able to dress up. And the third one was me helping out in the giving away food distribution, helping out. And the fourth one, I just felt like I connected to the dog. I was like, that's my twin. I have a picture that we built. And on the bottom left, you can see me and Scott. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. And on the next to it, you can see me tired after the torch run. It was kind of hot, but I enjoyed it, man. It was amazing. The shirts came out amazing. The run was amazing. I really liked that day. And then you can see me dirty after painting the red top, which I will be talking about shortly. And then, but at Kids Spot was one of my favorite departments, if not, maybe it may have been my favorite one. And here's when we saw Winston the Magician, and I met the bunny, bro. And then lastly, my favorite event was the soccer clinic. Being able to hang out with my friends and then giving it back to this community and the 2 other legends coming out was just really something that hasn't happened. I'm just glad it did happen. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. So, as we conclude our internship, it's been a couple weeks and not all of them were very smooth. I think especially the first couple of weeks, it takes a minute to get adjusted to it. As we've seen, the community is not just, you know, one thing, and it's like, over the internship, we learned how to, accept struggles and deal with struggles and take it as growth. It was a very educational experience. We learned more about our community that we have lived in for years and, you know, things that we didn't know about it. And then, just learning more about the government and how it works, you know, you'd be surprised how much effort and how many people go into running this whole city. It's honestly, it was amazing to see as an individual, but then it was also amazing to grow as a group. I think our intern group learned a lot and we learned a lot together. It was great to be able to thrive together and provide these new events for you guys. Help run them. Honestly, it was a great experience. I think I've learned a lot about myself and my work ethics, my strengths, my weaknesses, or how to use them to my advantage. It's honestly been a privilege to work for the city over the course of these couple of weeks. It's been amazing to see how my own personality shows through my work and then how everyone else's does as well. So the pictures are up there. A couple of them are with the group. We got Paul in the corner. The soccer clinic was a great event. We also did the vaccination clinic. So it wasn't just serving the people, we were also serving the animals too. And it was a great experience. We did go see the horses up in the hills. So my time with code enforcement. So I was with many departments and honestly it was great. It was really great overall. I think I came out of the internship with a completely new perspective and a different mindset of how to work and how to be a better person for the community. So thank you all for letting us be here today and letting us serve you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am David Blanco, one of the summer interns for Avenal, California, and first of all, I want to thank the city and all the citizens because I am a citizen, and without the city, I wouldn't have been able to get this job. You guys were offering the spot, so I took it. So I don't even know what to say. I just want to say, well, I've learned a lot, and I don't want to just rant or just talk about it. There's so much to talk about, but I can tell you guys about the skills I learned. I learned how to hot patch with Public Works, awesome people. You guys should just be grateful and thankful for them. They work hard, the hot sun. And we got a tour to the water plant, and I was able to learn how the water, how that runs through our city, and it's very cool. And that's Shelton. If you guys ever been to the animal shelter, go meet Shelton. He's always there just being chill. So make sure y'all go to the shelter. There's a lot of animals that need homes, a lot of dogs. Or cats too, just take them home. Please. And there was an event at Kids Spot. It was at the library, y'all knew. They were showing wild animals, and that was a snake I saw, and I was like, damn. Y'all see that?
Did you touch it?
Yeah, it's just it made me feel weird. And then on Kids Spot, we had a basketball game with the police officers, which we wrecked them, but shout out to the police and Mikey. I mean, I don't think you guys will ever get to meet him, but Mikey's an awesome dog. So, and then there's a fireworks show. The first event that we went to, well, that I remember, it was Young Way. It was awesome. And all I want to say is it's just very awesome to be able to be on both sides of the scale, to be a citizen and be a worker for it. Because yeah, I can bring my own energy and my own heart into this without it being political or nothing, just as an actual what I would want to see in the city and bring it to you guys. So honestly, the biggest thing that I learned was never take anything to heart, whether I feel disrespected or I disrespected you, not like that, but just we all have our own opinions and it's best to see in the middle than fight over it. And like I said, this is the most important thing is respect. respect yourself and respect the city, and have a good afternoon.
Well,
The biggest group yet.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Cecilia. Good afternoon. Here is a little reflection. So working for the city of Avenal has allowed me to get out of my comfort zone. And what I mean by that is I am very shy. So speaking out gets me very nervous, but I'm very proud of myself for doing that. And I have gained good experience in many different things. I have worked with Diana in utility billing. I had to really focus on my Spanish and speak in different numbers and things. And every day was different. As Diego mentioned, I thought it was we're gonna be on the desk, on the computers the whole time. No, it was different. Each day we all came in and we're all in different departments. We learned different things. I worked with the kids at Kids Spa. There was a bunch of kids. We did a lot of crafts, a lot of fun things, and all of us have worked together. I had the opportunity to present to council meetings and work with customer service. It really strengthened my confidence. And can we get to that?
Yes.
I also do feel, as you see in that picture, all of us, I feel like all of us as interns have put in our time and effort into things because we really see the city as something big and as something we really care about. And so there's a picture from Harris Ranch, there's a picture of me and Diana working at utility billing. There's a picture of me presenting. That's crazy to see. And then there's a picture from the 4th of July event. I feel like that was successful. That came out really good. Everybody was helping, everybody had fun. And then we have more pictures, little crafts and drawings from the Kids Spot. I worked with a lot of kids. I am the oldest of like 4 siblings. So that was really fun to work with different kids and different ages and seeing them connect with everyone. And then there's my sister painting. That event and family night, I was a little bit of a lead to it. So I really like painting and drawing, so I wanted to add that into the event. And seeing everybody laugh and paint and enjoy was really nice to see. And then Lupe, I work with Public Works, he took me to see the horses, and that was really nice to see. And I just want to say thank you, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity.
Yo. As you can see, it 2 different colors. Lately, we have been doing a new project at the Veteran Hall. Currently, we are repainting the Vets Hall. We are so close to done. But first, I just want to give a big thanks to volunteers that came to out, but mostly to my fellow coworkers that continue to show up and make it look better every day. We believe that the Vets Hall deserves it. It should look as best as possible as the building our community uses. We want to make sure to be able to give back in any way possible. It has been a different project, but nothing we can't take on. As we are close to finishing up, we are close to finishing up. Just know we have given our best work and even have to sacrifice a few of our clothing. Like I said, anything for this community, so if I have to give up a few pieces of clothes, so be it. But I hope the Vets all comes out nice, so you guys like it.
It's looking good, it was looking good.
So, as part of our internship, as a group, me and Diego, we are taking lead, but this is a group project. For our, I guess, our goodbye or whatever. We're doing a drive-in. We're gonna do it at the Reef Sunset Middle School parking lot. It should be really good. We're expecting a very good turnout. The information is on the flyer. We also have posted it a lot on our social media, so I would recommend that you guys repost it and share it, please. We're trying to get as many people as we can out there. We also would ask if any of you guys would like to come out and help to do that as well. Our contact info with Carla. And so yeah, this is one of the projects that we've been working on through the course of the weeks that we've been here. So if you guys would like to just not support us, but to be there and see what our work has been. So yeah, we're gonna be having that event tomorrow at the Renaissance Middle School parking lot, so that you guys can show up, please.
What kind of activity started?
So we're gonna start the activities at 4, but then the movie won't start till 7:30, the first movie. So we'll have 2 movies. First movie will be at 7:30 and then second around 9:30. Yeah.
I'd also like to mention that we did do a poll about which movies will be showing. First movie at 7:30 will be showing White Chicks, that one guy landslide. And after White Chicks, we'll be showing the new Superman movie of this year. And it will be $10 per car, and we will have food vendors and concessions, and also, like Kimberly mentioned, kids, and we'll be having kid activities.
But so you guys can tell your kids we're gonna be having a discount for all RSUSD students if you bring your
From
So-
last year, 'cause they haven't got the new one, right? They can bring last year.
yeah, any idea, it's okay, yeah. And then so from $10, 5.
50%.
Yeah.
Up to what time?
Huh?
Up to what time?
No, just in general.
Oh.
Yeah.
Show up.
So I encourage all of you to come, show up and enjoy this movie. It's a Friday night. Get out and get that. Oh, it's also International Relaxation Day. So that
Good thing.
it adds to it. So yeah.
Thank you very much.
Well, I just want to congratulate each one of you for the job you guys done. You're welcome to come whenever you guys are available after university. And we've been doing it for 3 years now, 4 years. So we've been doing this interim for 4 years already in a row. The first year we're lucky to get a grant from Chicago State University.
Yes, University U Chicago.
UC
was One of
Chicago.
the positions, and the other position was funded by the CCMF City Managers Foundation,
Mhm.
California City Managers Foundation.
In looking the hard work and the learning experience that these interns get through this summer time before they go into college or university, we decided that it was the right thing to do. The city has been supporting it these last 3, but we're still trying to get more grants. That way, in the future, we cannot spend city funds. But as you can see, it pays off the experience that they get, and it will help them to go to the college or university, and then hopefully coming back and find a job here in Avenal. Now that they know how the city works, the city, like they said, there's a lot of things out of the scene, behind scenes, so they're learning that and they like it, and hopefully we'll see them again.
Just real quick, as
Yeah.
you mentioned, kind of it's the 4th year, and we are always looking to find ways to help fund. And this was our largest group yet with 5 interns. So we were lucky, and we want to recognize Mid Valley, A&M, and also Public Interest Law Firm, all who sponsor scholarships to be able to, or funding to help pay for these positions.
Yeah,
We've been lucky on that end.
and I believe we will continue with that with those sponsors in the near future. So we're looking at doing it again next summer.
It was a big group to handle though, but luckily we had a lot of help with the other city staff. Departments were able to take them on. This was the first year we kind of spread them around, that they took a week at each department. So not only to give them different experiences, but also to help all the city staff.
Yeah. And I can say that they were very hardworking individuals at their young age. They were very responsible, hardworking at every event. I was most of the events, food distribution at the vessel painting. I see some of them like 3 days in a row with paint all over their clothes, their face, their hair. I mean, they were learning how to paint, but I think at the end they like working. I seen at the torch run. I mean, every event they were there, and I believe they were more than just getting paid. They were there to really interact with the community, help and support. And I think that's a good thing that we're finding volunteers also that are been helping. You know, even though sometimes it's difficult and hard to find volunteers, but I think we're progressing in that area. With that, anybody has any comments regarding the work or?
That's a great job.
You did a great job. Mhm. So with that, we'll continue with the Avenal landfill quarterly report. Site manager George Anderson from Waste Connection. He's online.
No, actually, he did message me a while ago. He actually ended up having to go to the hospital.
Mhm.
So he's asking if he can be put on for the next meeting.
We can do
Yeah, he
that.
had something come up and he's unable. He was logged in, but he says he can't present right now.
Okay, sounds good. It's an emergency, medical emergency. I believe we understand. So let's work on having him on the agenda next council meeting.
Absolutely.
With that, we'll go into item number 3, which is Kings County Fire Station 12 July report. And I believe we have the fire chief, fire marshal, and a couple of firefighters too. Thank you, Mr. Fire Marshal. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Blake Avenal, Fire Marshal of the Kings County Fire Department. So I'm here to present to you guys today our Station 12 stats for the month of July. During the month of July, the Kings County Fire Department Station 12 responded to a total of 55 calls for service consisting of the following: 36 medical aids, 7 fires, including wildland, vehicle, and structure fires, 6 public service assists, 3 false alarms, 3 hazardous conditions, which are incidents like power lines down and gas leak type calls. Specifically, on the 4th of July, the Avenal Fire Station 12 ran a total of 5 calls for service during that 24-hour period, consisting of 3 grass fires, 1 vehicle fire, and 1 medical aid. Other things that are going on, activities regarding fire prevention in Avenal are as follows. Station 12 conducted a total of 9 fire safety inspections at local businesses, all of which passed. There was 1 residential fire sprinkler inspection for new construction. The Kings County Fire Department reported to the State Fire Marshal's office that the requirements had been met for the fire hazard severity zones affecting the city, thanks to the resolution that was presented and adopted by the Avenal City Council on June 26, 2025. There were 2 state-required daycare license inspections performed by the fire marshals. Over the past several months, the Kings County Fire Department Prevention Division has been diligently working on establishing the Tulare Kings Youth Fire Setter Prevention Program, and which is designed to help educate and intervene with young children between the ages of 4 to 17 who exhibit fire setting behavior. Children who qualify for the program get access to attend educational workshops, referrals to mental health and social services, as well as a youth fire safety camp. I am proud to announce that we have put together a team of qualified members within our agency, and this program is now available to all children in Kings County. And then lastly, just community events attended or organized by Station 12 are as follows. Fire Station Tour with the Sunday School on July 13th and Summer Kids Spot Public Safety Presentation on July 28th. This completes our report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for the fire marshal? Nope.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have one question on the July 4 fire. On one of them, I was told that when the fire department showed up, the community members were already attacking the fire and they got it under control. Is that because sometimes we heard a lot of rumors and we don't know if it's true or not, but I think.
Speak specifically on that fire, we had quite a few fires on that night. However, that is common, and especially within Kings County, the community is not afraid to step in, and they will always try when they can. So it's very likely that's possible.
The other question I had on July 4 for illegal fireworks, were there any citations given by the fire department?
There were no citations given by the fire department. I know there was illegal fireworks collected. And I didn't bring the stats for the amount of pounds that were collected, but there were no citations given by the fire department, and we did not collect any illegal fireworks as well.
Okay.
Just sometimes when people get a hold of them, they'll bring them by the fire station. And as I mentioned in the previous meeting that I was at, when the police department sees them, they'll bring them by and then we're able to dispose of them correctly.
Okay, yeah, because we've seen there's an activity that has been increasing and discussing a lot of stress in the community, and even though in the middle of the 2, 3 in the morning and they wake you up with then special for animals that they get so scared of them, and they continue a couple weeks before and after, and sometimes it never ends. So we need to work on that, you know.
Why
Mm.
we have plans for next year. We've been kind of following the trends over the years, and next year we will most likely have extra people out looking for stuff like that
Mm.
before and after the 4th of July. We just did not this year.
Okay, thank you. Fire chief. Hi
Just
there.
to piggyback what he said, we do have a core group of arson investigators that actually sworn police officers, and they were part of that detail,
Mm.
the fireworks intervention stuff. Obviously, that's a big task and undertaking, and we can't put them in a single unit role. I'm sure as the police chief can attest to, that's not a night that you want to be messing around with, and it's a safety issue, so we just need to make sure we're paired up and coupled with our cooperators. For you tonight, basically, I only printed off 8 copies of this. But one of the requests in the contract was, if they get away, one of the requests in the contract was the ISO rating for the department. What ISO stands for is Insurance Services Organization, and that's actually the evaluation that's done on typically somewhere between a 5 and 7 year scale, depending on how busy they are. They evaluate about 39,000 municipalities nationwide, so that's why it's such a big spread there. As Kings County Fire Department is your provider, basically you fall under that. It's not community specific, it's an aggregate of our total service delivery. The report I have for you, and I'll pass this out, and I'm gonna send it in digital form as well for you tomorrow so that you can post it on the website. It's very public information, it's not a problem. You are rated as a class 3. It's on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the best. Basically that would be Los Angeles cities, Glendale, areas like that that I'm aware of here locally. A lot of resources, a lot of staffing, a lot of input in the community of risk reduction, different things along those lines. Very compact, basically, and they have a lot of specialized resources available to them. Kings County, I had a 3. Actually, when I read that, I was actually surprised. I thought it might have been a 4. But just based on the amount of water that's available, the training the personnel receive, the type of equipment you respond with, it basically places mid-range in the 70s, 100 scale. I would tell you that if we dug really deep and invested a lot of money into it, we could get ourselves to a 2. That's again a political thing looking forward, but it is possible. There's some easy points you could pick up. Some of it's at dispatch. I just want to give you just a quick thing of what they've really looked at. Emergency reporting, that's pretty much a given. All the standards are federal and nationally recognized. Telecommunicators, they look at the training the dispatchers have and what ongoing training they do are required. Dispatch circuits, what is that? Well, that's hard lines, basically, and it's a reinforced 911 system. So if we have that, and we're making strides toward that, that's actually gives you additional credit in case of a major disaster. Your system is robust and redundant. Infant companies, basically, they look at the quality of the apparatus that you have, reserve pumpers, how old are they? We do a very good job of doing annual pump testing. A lot of municipalities don't do that requirement for an FPA. So all the hoses tested, all the pumps are tested, all the equipment is up to date. We're very methodical about that. Ladder service and the companies that we're able to put in service to provide for that. Reserve ladders, and as far as the ladder, the ground ladder is not a problem. We don't have a backup aerial right now. We have one primary aerial. Deployment analysis of where the resources are coming from, and basically what your surrounding neighboring agreements are and how that best benefits you. Company personnel, obviously, more is better. More firefighters you can put on the ground and whatnot. Training, operational considerations related to what your density is and how rural you are, and what your construction is, building types, things like that. And then, of course, in Blake's court right now is community risk reduction. We already talked about that next year, possibly running a dozer blade around town, doing some backfires, doing some training burns, things like that. That all could help. I don't know if we're going to get evaluated next year or not. I am going to ask. ISO, I'm actually making contact with them this week, so what that you, I'll have to be able to report that out to you next month. Basically, you also get credit for your hydrant system, if you have one, depending on where you're at, or we have to call it to you, and how are we able to do that? And then inspection and flow of those. And basically, those are all assigned some type of divergence score. They do a cumulative and then divide it all out, and that's what factors it. I'll give this to, I'll just pass it around, you guys can get a copy of it. Like I said, I will have an electronic, you can post it on the website. Additionally, we were trying to run some queries of the call volume to get you just what the ERS is going to look like. I want to make sure you're satisfied with the quality of the reporting you're getting and the contract moving forward. I don't have those examples yet. I'll be sending to the city manager this week, and we can take a look at it. We'll probably have to do some customized stuff for specifically what you're looking for, but I will have that available to you, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, I have a question regarding the ISO rating. Well, number 3 is good, and also we find out that the more fire hydrants we have within the city helps with the ISO rating. So I also we were told that the city of Avenal actually is the city with the most fire hydrants within Kings County. And also there's a difference between a 6-inch and an 8-inch fire hydrants. The more age you have, the better rating or credit points you get to your reports. So I believe that the city itself should be allowed to increase the ISO rating, something that sometimes the Kings County Fire Department won't be able to do, especially replacing the 6-inch with 8-inch fire hydrants. That'll be something that'll be up to the city to do it. So there are many ways that we're finding out to reduce, because that's a priority. We also have to reduce our ISO rating, so it'll be beneficial to our community. Like when you mentioned that you guys won't be able to use the bulldozer, the D9 that the Waste Connection has. I believe that if the bulldozer can be used surrounding around the city limits, at least 500, 1,000 feet, creating a safety barrier, that if there's a fire on the hills, it doesn't come into town because of that barrier. I believe that will also create a better ISO rating for our community, which would be good. And even though you guys say you will never use it, but I think, we're looking at how we can improve our city, be proactive, preventing fires. And also the question we had about the reports, we would like to know why the house caught in fire. Why it was the arsonist? It was an electrical cord, maybe it was an old wiring, that we still have more houses from the 1930s in Avenal with the 2-wire system. So they're not even grounded. So that's the kind of information we'd like to see, how we could prevent that from happening. And also fatalities, we don't know how many fatalities happen, how many people go to the hospital for emergency, or just, like the incident that happened not too long ago, about a couple months ago in San Joaquin. I believe even a volunteer that went inside, she had to go into emergency room for a smoke inhalation or something. Those are the things that we're not aware, and we don't know, what's really happening. Like I mentioned before, sometimes we hear rumors, or somebody said this and tells these people, this person kind of adds a little bit more to the story, and sometimes we don't know what really happened there. So that's why for us, yeah, of course, that'll be, okay, yeah, well, yeah, but when we look at the contract, we feel we're paying for a service, and like you guys rejected the auto reporting. Now city manager has to make a request. We feel that for that amount of money, we should be able to get an auto report. But did you guys feel that's not the case? We were able to, well, on the crossings that we got on the report, it says.
I will clearly give you
An auto report? Okay.
Basically dictating out everything less the HIPAA scrub you have to do. And you will have access to every single fire report that's in the contract. And that's why I'm giving this preemptive. Basically, because you asked.
Mm.
So I'm trying to be diligent and actually make sure that you are receiving everything beforehand.
Mm.
So there's nothing, we're not trying to hide anything. I'm very happy to provide it all to you. That's not a problem at all.
Mm.
But I need somebody to call me if there's an issue. If I don't know about it, I can't fix it. That's why I already said I'm gonna provide the city manager a couple of options this week to see what type of reports you'd like to see, what the standard reporting stuff comes out, and if there's something specific that he wants to see. If we're capable of doing it by law, we will build a custom report and provide that.
Yeah. And also, I hope you don't take it disrespectful because I've been attacked. I've been disrespectful to the board of supervisors, to you, and to many other agencies. Just speaking in front of in public, trying to do what is best for our community, trying to speak up for my community, not just for 1 or 10 or 100. We're over a 10,000 population, and you know, not all of them have the same opinion of an incident that happened. Why did it happen? Why was it fixed this way or that way? We're never gonna please 100% of our community, and I feel you know that is the case. But we're just trying to do what is right for our community, speaking up and trying to get the facts and see what options we have, like you mentioned, to get reports, to be more concise and prevent fires from happening again and again and again. You know, we really need to be on top of that because I feel that we can prevent fires in vez of just reacting to fires. You know, that's our vision, you know, as a council representative. Thank you. So I don't know if anybody has any other comments. It's open. The chief is here. Let's appreciate his time.
We'll get them to you, we'll get you multiple examples. Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank you for coming out, all the firemen. Regardless of what these people said, we admire you of what you've done for all these years that you've been in service with us. And no disrespect to the public I don't think we disrespected you.
No,
Okay,
I didn't think
and
it.
I don't believe it. And I appreciate you guys coming and bringing these reports. It was, we've been asking for them since the beginning of the year, so I appreciate it. And, and looking forward to, signing that contract and getting us, past all this, you know.
Me too. Trust
Yeah, me too. So
Okay.
let's just get to work. Thank you for the reports and continue to bring the reports and to the people and to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else, Tony?
Have a good evening.
No? Thank you. Okay, with that discussion, action. Before we now move to item B4, which is Kings County Association of Government, known as KCAG. And we're gonna have a report of the Regional Active Transportation Plan, and I believe Lynette Guzman is online, Senior Planner, and Mark Thomas.
Of Mark Thomas, yeah,
They're online?
they are.
Hi, I'm Teresa Nickel, Regional Planner with KCAG, Kings County Association of Governments. And I'm here along with our consultant from Mark Thomas to present the draft Regional Active Transportation Plan to you. And we ask that you receive the presentation and provide feedback on the proposed plan. So with that, the Regional Active Transportation Plan identifies high priority bicycling and pedestrian projects throughout the region, and it helps to make streets safer through complete street systems, and it improves people's health, reduces the number of accidents causing injury or death, and it also supports economic vitality. The plan includes a regional complete streets policy, which is new as an update to our 2019 Regional Active Transportation Plan. And this policy provides a framework of principles and policies to promote the goal of zero roadway fatalities or serious injuries by the year 2035. I will add that KCAG will include a draft Complete Streets policy template with the final document. We're in the process of creating one for your city and the other jurisdictions to utilize, if preferred, to create your own Complete Streets policy. And this will also help to support and complement transportation applications for grant funds. For example, with Safe Streets for All program. And then the director of KCAG has determined that there is no fiscal impact to the city, since this is a regional plan for KCAG and does not bind or commit the city to undertake any of the improvements included in the plan. The plan does propose new improvements, which were prioritized by the respective public works departments, and also incorporates the improvements recommended in earlier plans, such as the Avenal general plan. So if the city does decide to implement some of the improvements because of the regional active transportation plan, then there might be an indirect fiscal impact. However, we do not know what it could be, other than it would also depend, on whether or not you do decide on which and how many improvements to undertake. So with that, I would like to introduce our consultant team from Mark Thomas to present the PowerPoint to you. We have Amber Collins, Project Manager, and Lynette Guzman, Deputy Project Manager. And afterwards, we will be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the introductions, Teresa. Good evening, Council. I think Teresa gave a very good project overview, so I do just want to highlight some key updates, key information about the plan. Some of the strategic objectives of the 2025 Regional Active Transportation Plan will reflect current priorities and align with local active transportation plans. It'll support the goals identified in the 2022 Regional Transportation Plan, and then better position Avenal to compete for grant funding. Teresa did talk about the Complete Streets policy. It includes a Vision Zero commitment. We do understand that Avenal is preparing a Vision Zero action plan through SS4A funding, which already places the city in a strong position for future funding. And as shown on the screen, we began our project development process back in the spring 2024. We've led community engagement efforts throughout the duration of the project, and the community was involved with shaping the project recommendations. We're now toward the end of the project, with adoption anticipated for the end of the summer. And I'd like to provide a brief recap on the public engagement activities we did to support the development of the project recommendations. What's shown on the screen is an overview of the events we've hosted throughout the county. And I do want to highlight the events we held in Avenal. We hosted a workshop last September 2024 at the Avenal Theater to gather input on community needs and preferences. We had a strong turnout of community members, particularly from the seniors who learned about the workshop earlier that day when an announcement was made at the Senior Center. So we came back in May of this year. We hosted an interactive session at the Senior Center to gather input on the proposed infrastructure improvements. I do also want to note that we held walk audits and distributed an online survey to gather feedback from community members who may not have been able to attend a workshop or an in-person event. All the input that we received from the engagement activities helped us refine the proposed improvements and projects you see in the plan today. And as part of the public engagement process, we established a project advisory committee member, which did include members of the Avenal Public Works staff and other local representatives. We held these meetings at key milestones of the project development process. During our last project advisory committee, we reviewed the proposed infrastructure recommendations, and we asked members if they support moving forward with the proposed projects identified in the city of Avenal. And as shown on the pie chart here, the majority of respondents did support the proposed projects as recommended. The 2025 Regional Active Transportation Plan includes 8 chapters that are listed here on the screen. Chapter 3 pertains to Avenal and includes a safety and equity analysis. It has a list of non-infrastructure programs, and then it does have the proposed infrastructure network for bicycle and ped projects. So I've listed the type of infrastructure improvements identified in the plan. These include pedestrian priority corridors and priority crossing improvements. And then we've also, our bicycle recommendations also include class 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4. A total of 9 proposed pedestrian improvement projects were identified in Avenal. And these projects really do aim to close sidewalk gaps, improve accessibility to key community destinations, and enhance safety overall. And a total of 22 proposed bikeway projects were identified in Avenal. Class 1 paths are proposed along major corridors, including San Joaquin Street, Skyline Boulevard, and La Neva Boulevard. We have a buffered Class 2 bike lane proposed along First Street that provides a north-south connection between the middle school and La Neva Boulevard. And then we've also recommending Class 3 bike lanes proposed along lower traffic streets near schools and civic areas. So as part of the implementation plan, we ranked all the projects by impact, feasibility, and alignment with community priorities. We've prepared cost estimates for the top 10 pedestrian and bicycle projects in Avenal based off the project prioritization methods and analysis. And we identified state and federal funding programs to move them from concept to construction. So with that, our key next steps include the adoption of the plan by KCAG in September, that's next month. We have the plan will continue to integrate and support complete streets policies across the county. And then it'll help continue to seek funding for the design and construction of the proposed projects. I've provided our contact information here, but I did want to open up a time for any questions or feedback. We'd be happy to share more about the project development process or any other specific items about the proposed projects.
Any questions, comments from council? I would like to ask Josh if he has any comments.
He's on.
Josh, are you listening?
I am listening and I have reviewed the draft plan, and frankly, I think it's a very good draft plan for Avenal. It provides a great deal of connectivity for the potential proposed projects and would allow for multi-modes such as pedestrian and bicycle access basically throughout the entire city if we can just get the funding to complete the projects. So from a staff perspective, I support the draft plan. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, has you are aware of the city's plan to do that do the half of town with micro resilience. So I believe we're gonna try to do that this year, north of Skyline.
Well, I think A&M presented, Javier presented kind of an idea of focusing on, I believe, Fresno and Madera for this year with the funding we have. And then next year moving on to other streets that need total reconstruction. So that is still on the table if we're able to get some funding. Plans like these are what kind of does help to get more funding for that, showing what the needs are in what streets.
Yeah, because I believe we need to implement it, if possible, do it at the same time with those streets get repainted. That way we can go ahead and start doing bicycle lanes at the same time as we're painting those streets. And like Anthony said, I would like to see we focus on that. Like Anthony mentioned, the streets we're going to be doing and see if we can implement any bike lanes on that area, those areas, as we continue moving forward. At the same time, applying for grants. So keep that in mind, Josh, please.
Yes, Mayor, will do.
Thank you. Any other questions? Public, you have any public comments about this item?
I like the plan that they have going on, especially moving forward with the bike lane. Like they said earlier, like you had mentioned earlier about the kids going back to school, the bike lanes would be very sufficient for them.
Yeah.
Don't watch out for them.
Yeah, so talking about public safety and it's very critical. Go ahead.
For one, the bicycle law has been passed a long time for the helmet thing.
Mm.
If there are younger kids riding helmets, push their helmet.
Mhm.
If we can get any funding for the helmet, let's get it and get kids with helmets and make them wear them.
Mhm.
And just let them know, hey, you have an automobile out from this road.
Mhm.
You gotta abide by the same laws that these cars do. Come up on the stop sign, you better be stopping, because if not, we can give you a ticket. Let the kids know, you know, if nothing else, maybe go to the school and like have an auto. Whole school's there, all these kids here, that if they don't stop the stop signs and stuff like that, well, especially the older ones,
Mhm.
they can get a ticket.
Yeah.
You know, if they don't stop them. Then be fair one, you know,
Mhm.
you know, put funds for that.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I say, we have to be proactive and not just wait until accidents happen and start implementing something for the safety of the community or the students.
Down there on the Portland and Whitney Street, a four-way stop sign.
Mhm.
Line intersection. There's a, once you come off of High Grill and start on Portland, you got the one right there at Dome, okay? The next one is there, no street goes across until Lassett. There's four-way stop sign there. Fresno dead ends into Cortland. And then Whitney goes across. We got two sets of apartments sitting right there on Cortland and Whitney. We need a four-way stop sign down there. Then Shasta, it dead ends into Cortland.
Mhm.
And then you guys got a four-way stop sign down there at Fremont. Let's get one on Whitney Street too.
In the chief, mhm. What the chief that likes to do is he takes the trailer and checks travel and speeds, and then works accordingly to see if a stop sign may be required in that area. So I believe chief will take notes, and also our city clerks will consider that option for sure. Mhm. Any other comments?
No, it's.
Yes, just a presentation, just presentation, but we can input your ideas or suggestions.
That thing of the stop signs, yeah, but I think we need them in more areas of town. And if you guys can't do stop. I think it doesn't want me to talk. If you guys don't wanna do stop signs, then maybe speed bumps, like really high speed bumps. So that we can really stop these people, cause especially on that, by that. What's that? They market that Dome Street. Yeah, and it's a very dangerous area where it comes in that B. I swear we have almost witnessed like people actually almost crashing in that area.
Yeah.
It would be funny if I was an evil person, but I'm not, but we need speed bumps around this town.
That option was brought up before in Kings County Fire Department kind of opposed it because they have real low fire apparatus, so make it difficult also for them to go on an emergency call from one location to the other one, because that was brought up on San Benito and some other areas. So we're still looking at what will be the best option.
Maybe that's something like everybody could look into, and, you know, now having good rapport with the fire department, maybe they could agree to having certain speed bumps for certain areas around this town. I think that would be a great idea, only because I know that would put a stop to a lot of things. It would. I mean, if people know that they're gonna damage their vehicle, they'll at least respect it somewhere or another. A stop sign, I've seen too many people stop signs.
I would like to be, happy to call it all in, but I don't wanna seem like I'm just calling in for every single thing that people do in this town. It's just gonna make me look bad at the end. And there's a lot of people that pass those stop signs when their cops are not looking, they don't care, they're going fast, especially in that area where the school is. Hanford, is it Hanford Street? All that area, Hanford Street, and you have to remember, there's little ones walking without parents. Little tiny guys, that Hanford Street, that's a danger zone right there, especially with people speeding in the morning to get to school and people speeding in the afternoon to pick up their kids. So something has to be done, either more stop signs or probably more crossbar, guards or something. But that is just my comment.
Yeah, no, we gotta look at all options. The beginning, we were able to, like some families have, kids in the two different schools, Avenal, Tamara School, and they had to fly back to the middle school. So we're able to get them to not to go in at the same time, 15 minutes apart, but it looks like now they may need more than 15 minutes to get from, Tamarack Elementary School to the middle school, and then they may have to go to the high school. So they're in a process that they're, Mhm. Mm.
That extra time is a bad thing.
Mm.
Or.
Yeah,
There
Mhm.
while the quick start to show up because, so that's dangerous. It's a dangerous area.
yeah, thank you. And sure.
I'd like to speak real quickly about the roads and the
Mhm.
speed bumps. I'm not aware of us saying no for any speed bumps, but that could have happened before.
Mm.
We have, and I'm the person to reach out to, but any road stuff that you guys are doing, we would really appreciate if you just send it to us to have us review it, and that way we can make sure it fits our engines. Another thing that we can do is we can send you the specs of our biggest engines, because there are certain requirements, but they are meant to be on the road and they get around roads just fine. But there's certain angles and certain requirements, like in Corcoran, the dips are real deep and it does make it tougher. So there are certain requirements that we do need to take a look at. So whenever you guys do have anything about roads, please just run it by us. You can always email me. Angie has my email. And we can take a look and provide any comments or suggestions. We're more than happy to do that.
Yeah.
And we can get around just about anything.
Yeah, this happened about 10 years ago, more or less.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
so it was brought up to council and it was,
Fire engines have come a long ways in technology and they've gotten a little better. And we can get around pretty
Mhm.
well, but it is important to look at it to make
Yeah.
sure that we can
yeah,
get through there. Certain sizes of roads, certain heights. So if you guys send any of that my way,
yeah.
I'm happy to take a look and provide any comment.
No, we're still looking at options and there may be many other options. We're not looking into it. It may take time, but we're looking at it to see what will be the best solution.
Yeah, please keep us in mind. We definitely don't want to build something that we can't get into. That was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the concern. Thank you. With that, well, thank you for that presentation and I believe we'll be waiting for KCAC to approve the proposed plan and we'll continue working on it.
Thank you very much, Mayor Presadio, for having us, and good night.
Good night. With that, we'll go into item number 8, and it is a continued public hearing. And I believe 9A, we're gonna get a staff report. Public
Yeah, I
hearing,
can present
discussion.
everything at once.
A, B, C.
There are 3 separate resolutions. One's for the RDA, one's for the PFA, one's for the city. But we could potentially consider all of it. I can run through it. I know we've gone through it now a few times. It's been in the public record for a while now. So let me get this back on. All right. So we've had a few special meetings to look at and review what were the end of year expenditures and revenues for the past fiscal year 2024-25. And then leading into what we forecast for the rest of this fiscal year that we've started. Currently, we're on an operating budget to just meet payroll, meet the necessities for the day-to-day, but not necessarily any large capital projects. In the budget before you, we are forecasting a bit of a healthier budget, thankfully. Revenues have trended up, although we do have some trepidation regarding some sales tax, possibly property tax, that those could stagnate, given that we saw that in this past fiscal year, that there wasn't really much growth. Growth kind of came in some other areas. Vehicle license registrations trended up quite a bit, so that helped quite a lot. And then likewise, as mentioned, we're seeing a little bit more activity at the landfill. So compared to the last budget that was presented to council, some of the changes I'm going to go off of what I have here. In the revenue side, we were missing a payment for June from the landfill, so that's what brought that revenue up to 1.672 million. If that trend continues, which again, that's a little more volatile, we're hopeful that we can see it stay at least under 2 million, around 2 million for this next fiscal year. One other spot that will be reflected in this fiscal year is a loan payoff for multifamily development. It was an early payoff for El Palmar. We are waiting a check now. We've had some back and forth about what the final payoff amount would be, but we estimate it to be 274,000, and that is reflected here on the revenue side of the budget, highlighted in purple. That is one-time money, but it is additional funds that are coming to the city. One area that we did have to downsize was the SRO. So the city and the district, so this actually gets ahead of my next report. City and the district have agreed not to supply an SRO at this time for the semester, as PD continues to focus on training staff and operations. The school would like to, in the future, potentially have one SRO to oversee all the school sites in Avenal. So we are going to continue working towards that, hopefully by next semester. But in that meantime, we'd also be negotiating a different contract, which we would be asking for a larger contribution than just the 60,000. So until we kind of work through that, and hopefully by the next semester, either way, we would see a little bit of a reduced revenue in the SRO line item. So one item that was, passing revenues, one item that we added to the budget, and that would be on page 59 of the packet. We wanted to reflect the state earmarks that we have received. So this worksheet was added. And council's well aware that we received 2 million a few years ago from Senator Melissa Hurtado for the community center. And since we're already in phase 2 of that, that is money that we will be expending. So when that earmark was provided, the city did get that check in full. And we've just been holding on to that money in order to make the community center a heating and cooling center. So since that money was paid up front, that is money that we'll be expending this year. So we just wanted to make sure that council's aware where that money is coming from and how it's being spent. The other one that we received about a year or two ago, also from Senator Melissa Hurtado, was 1 million for public safety and infrastructure and equipment. Over half of those funds were utilized on the roof of the PD or the Ken Brown Public Safety Center, as well as the Veterans Hall. Total of 615,000 has been expended, leaving 384,000 left over for other public safety infrastructure or equipment needs. So
what is the sunset for that amount to be spent?
There is no clear sunset. We've reached out and they've asked us to just spend it as soon as possible. Given the state kind of the situation with the state's budget and such, so they'd like to see us hopefully spend it by the end of the year. There isn't like a hard date though, but reaching out, they've told us, hey, whatever public safety needs you've seen, just try to get it expended sooner rather than later.
Okay.
Not yet. That'll be something that we can kind of still work with Chief. I know we're looking at some equipment, looking at some vehicles. And there's also pending other grants that it's already been applied for. See if we don't get those, then maybe
We
we
have
could
to
use it.
spend it on public safety, right? How's that a contract with the city of Fresno going for those patrol cars? Is there still an ongoing conversation or?
police, we have their fleet, we also have their finance, so. But we've expressed to them that we're ready, and we're just waiting for an invoice so that we can get them paid and
Yeah,
so we can.
sounds good. Mhm. Mm.
Still waiting on them, yeah, we're ready to proceed.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah, we can proceed. to-
Excellent. So on the expenditure side, one thing that we're looking at that we believe that the general fund and actually the enterprise funds can still absorb, and we had mentioned this was kind of on the wish list, was working towards a separate ISP or internet service provider through CalNet. You may recall they came here, was it May? April, May? That they
They
came and
came-
presented CalNet.
It was in May.
Yeah. Where they were requesting that they could work with the city and provide a separate internet source for the city and that not just for city facilities, but also to the community at large.
A hotspot.
Kind of like a hotspot. They would install antennas around town and then you'd be able to connect to that
Mm.
through a certain hotspot or another antenna, kind of like what the school does.
Mm.
But they would have a more dedicated service and be able to provide a lot better upload speeds. They were requesting that in partnership with the city, paying $200,000, entering into an agreement with them. They would provide all the infrastructure. The city would then receive the benefit of having antennas on site at our main facilities. And then we'd be able to basically kind of dictate the terms of what kind of speeds we want at those sites.
Mm.
And I know that's been something that's come up about the streams, come up especially at water and wastewater as we're starting to move through wanting to implement newer systems like a newer SCADA. We're gonna need newer computers, we're gonna need more connection to things. Especially at PD, now that our IT is managing all the IT for PD, we realize there's a lot more bandwidth that we need for uploading all the Axon cameras, body cam footage. So in looking at those costs, besides the 200,000, the quote that we have from them at this time is to provide that service or new services to all city sites would be an estimate about right under $1,300, which ends up being actually a little bit less than what we're paying Spectrum and TPX across the board.
Mhm.
And it would provide a faster, more reliable service at water, wastewater, and PD for sure.
Yeah, this will be more reliable internet system.
The way we've worked with them, that they would have a failover, they would have a backup.
Mm.
They would make sure that the antennas would always have power, and if the internet itself would fail, they would have a second backup source. I don't remember if they were gonna beam it from another site, I think from across.
Across, heading onto,
Yeah, that would be the other backup, because I think
Mm.
they'd be bringing it through basically I-5, then into town.
So working on of antennas, that means it's gonna be like a satellite system, internet, no?
Now, they have fiber that goes up to those antennas, and then the
Mm.
antennas are beaming it out to each site,
So it's gonna be fiber optic lines?
technically, although not to the actual user.
Mm.
the last mile of the radio wave, essentially.
The last mile?
The last, so to speak, is the last mile. So I guess if you want to break it down for here, for instance, in this room, if you want to look at a smaller scale, this room here is effectively just all Wi-Fi. But
Mhm.
leading out to that is a separate Ethernet cable that leads out into the proper networking room. So while that cable provides all of the highest speed connections, coming out here, like that last little bit of what, like that last little stretch from that little corner out where the printer is at to here is all Wi-Fi. So basically the same system, but on a grand scale.
Oh, okay.
One-time thing.
It's 200,000 for the infrastructure, and then it'd be a monthly payment on the service itself
We don't have an amount yet,
for,
the monthly payment,
yeah, the 1,300.
the 200.
Yeah, they quoted, so we have that quote, we had presented it to council at one point,
Mhm.
and that was with the speeds that we're requesting, which
Mhm.
were up to 500 up, right?
Yes.
They're symmetrical 500 down and up to our main sites.
Mhm.
All other sites would have 100 up and down. What we're kind of chasing is up speed.
Mhm.
So that's kind of like what happens here is that if everyone's logged in or everyone's trying to stream, it bogs down the network because it's not
Mhm.
meant for that many streams at once. Because
Mhm.
we're getting 30 up at best.
We're getting about 30 up, so it's not really too big of an issue for the consumer because typically we're just going in and watching Netflix and stuff. We're not really pushing data out to the greater internet.
Mhm.
But when we do need to push out internet, so and for instance, pushing out the accidental body camera footage, that is a lot of data that's going through what's essentially a really tiny pipeline compared to what we can actually bring in. So
Mhm.
that's basically what we're chasing.
And what about, what will be the speed for the community users?
They could get 100 and 100, or even with the same that they would offer us 500 at a different cost.
Mhm.
But for us, they would be subsidizing that cost, and we would be locking in that price.
How that compares to Spectrum and the other companies like Verizon or T-Mobile in the area, the speeds?
Quote me if I don't quote me on this, but if I do remember correctly, Cal.net did say that they wanted to be at least price competitive in terms of speeds with any of the major competitors in the area. So we would be expecting about 100 to 150 symmetrical versus on their lowest tier plan versus Spectrum. Again, don't quote me on that. I don't have the numbers right on top of it, but this was brought up during some of the discussions we've had
Mhm.
with Adam Sass, who no longer with CalNet. So it's still up for discussion, but we're expecting better home speed than running over something like LTE, like which is what AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon would offer.
Mhm.
And that's something that
Mhm.
once if budget's approved, and that's something we'd want to come back to council with the final documents of all that.
But in order to save time, and I believe we have the intention to provide better service than what the community is getting right now with AT&T or Spectrum or T-Mobile.
It's an alternative
That
where
way they
sometimes
can.
competition may help them
Mhm.
want to provide the other ones to provide better service.
Mhm. Because I believe that's the goal, to provide a better service now that we're going into that route of providing, that to the community. I think that will be at the end beneficial for everyone.
Right, so that's part of what's included now. So the IT budget, you'll see they have a professional service line now to
Mhm.
increase to help fund that, if that's something that council would consider. Knowing that this would be like a one-time thing, and then the cost on the monthly would be a little bit less and then other
Mhm.
savings. What else can I include?
To the consumer, what would we charge them?
So we wouldn't be the ones charging the service. This would be all on that company.
On it.
Yeah, and they want to stay competitive. And I think they try to do like bundles. So they would also offer like a TV, voice, and all that. Again, like I mentioned, we would bring that back for a more formal vote.
Mm.
This is just to have something in the budget to then bring it.
Yeah, okay.
And then the only other thing that can show is, let's see, where did we add these? So I'll move on to what would be item B and C. So those, if you go to past page 65, because these were added after. So it would be item 8B, where it says adoption of successor agency budget. So this technically has already been brought to council through the redevelopment and the ROPS. So we already know kind of what we're having to pay. Principal, interest, and then other fees. They're still being paid for. The ROPS was already approved, and there's a copy of the ROPS at the bottom of that. This was approved back in January. So technically it has been approved, but we always kind of bring it back to council.
Mhm.
Those would be the 2005 revenue bonds. And correct me if I'm wrong, Angie, but I want to say one of the last RDA projects was this building, no? The theater? Yeah. Redevelopment was then dissolved in 2012, if I'm not mistaken. And if you go down to item 8C, the adoption of the Public Financing Authority, the PFA. I need to fix that. This is not part of the ROPS, but it's actually part of our bonds for other infrastructure projects that the city is part of in the past. So that would be, one was the water plant, and the other one was the streets, curbs and gutters back in the late 80s. Sidewalks. So you can see kind of the statement. I had to blank out some of the pieces of it, but that's a statement of what's being paid for, what the interest is at. So we are paying down one of them, or one of the payments is for 490,000, and then the interest across the board for all of those. The total that will be due tomorrow is 565,000.
It's an obligation.
It is. So the only thing that is actually missing, I did not get a chance to work with staff more in depth with, was part of what's also being considered are adoptions of any new fees or updates to the fees schedule. I know we've discussed reviewing some of the fee schedules at PD, such as live scans, potentially to like escorting for parades or activities like that. That's not something we have fully fleshed out, so I don't have that ready to present. So I guess I would ask council to either table that piece or at least let us bring it back at another date to present any updates to the fees and charges.
What about having maybe a study session so we can have
Right.
council input?
We want to provide all that information.
Okay.
You can improve the budget without setting the new
The
fees.
fees,
You
the
can
new
set
fees.
new fees separately.
But that's only on item C, right? Because
Item
we
A.
will approve the fees and charges for item A, right?
It would just be no changes to the fees or charges.
Current fees would stay the same for now.
Mhm.
And we'll review them later.
Okay, everybody agree on that? Yeah. Pablo, Verdugo?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just oversight on my end of, I have a list of all the fees that we.
Tabling it. Or
Or
do you want to do a,
we can just bring it back at a later date.
okay.
It's just not in the resolution.
No, it's not. There are no changes at this time.
not-
I just want to point that out. Typically, we do. We actually haven't changed fees since 2023. So we could give it a review. We could have a study session and go over a little more.
But did you understand? We're gonna approve it with the same fees, and then later on, we're gonna have a study session and decide to increase the fees and how much accordingly to different parades, escorts, or live scan fingerprints. There's gonna be different activities, right? And so there's gonna be different charges,
And
increases.
Part of it as well is we want to do like a master fee schedule, because right now we have it as like 6 different documents. As you've seen, if you
Yeah.
remember, it's like one page for this, one page for water, or for the well, one page for the bounce house, not bounce house, for the water slides. So we want to kind of consolidate it all into like a single document.
Okay, can you help us with the resolution numbers for each one of them? And we can.
I think for the item A, that will be 2025-40.
Item B,
Item B will be the successor agency, so that will be 2025-03.
okay. No, I believe 03 is already in the front page, isn't it?
I believe so. That one I did have. Then the next one would be 04, Public Financing Authority
04.
Resolution 2025 dash.
Okay. So we'll continue with
Actually, no, that'll be 2025-01.
the last one,
The PFA.
the PFA.
Continuing resolution, yeah, it would be 02.
Okay, PFA is 2025-02.
Yes.
The other ones are correct. Okay, 40, 03, and 02. So the first one is 40.
2025 40.
And then 2025-02.
We just have to specify one is city council resolution, the other is successor agency resolution, the third one is public financing authority.
So are there any other comments or questions before we go to public hearing, to continue public hearing?
I did go to City Hall here the other day. Been super busy, so to me, there's still, I still have some more questions about the budget, but I still like this, myself, I like to sit on Griselda, or Brian, one of the two. There's other stuff that, like I said, I've been super busy, so as I have time, I've been going through this. But there is other questions that I have.
So I could add that, as we see, we'll be monitoring revenues to ensure that they're still coming through what we expect. Once we get the first sales tax payments and property tax, the landfill as well. If those are as projected, then we can continue. If we're seeing some changes, then we would come back and ask council for a budget modification.
And just for the benefit of our new council members, typically around January, February, mid-year, many jurisdictions will often review revenues and expenditures at that time and do a mid-year budget adjustment at that time. So that's another opportunity.
To modify or make adjustments or do them and revisit it. And, we're still running on an operating budget. So we need to adopt the final budget because we will have more applications coming. And we have to be able to make those payments, especially the bonds and obligations with the water plant, because wastewater, so. Was the field, the rest I feel we can adopt it and amend it or revise it later on. I mean, I'm okay. I've been looking at the numbers. And the revenues can actually sustain the budget has presented. The numbers are there. And it's a good idea to revise it halfway. And that way, if the expected revenues are not coming in, that's when we need to readjust and revise and make some modifications. That will be the time to, if somebody still has questions, I think that would be the best thing to do. Well, Moses, and that's goes accordingly to what we're expected to do. So, but we're gonna go to the public hearings next.
Yeah, for all of them, say opening public hearing for A, B, and C.
So now we're gonna open up, continuing with the public hearing. So this time the public is invited to make comments on this proposed budget obligations and revenues. On the agenda, it is item 8A, 8B, and 8C, and thus the Public Finance Authority, the Avenal Successor Agency, debt obligation bonds that we have, and also the Public Finance Authority. So it's open to the public to make comments. Do you have any online?
Not at this time that I see. Bertram?
Comments on Facebook, raised hands.
So seeing nobody coming to the podium, I will close the public hearing and continue with discussion and action from council to approve resolution for the RDA 2025-40. And
That's for the city.
I'm gonna clarify on the resolution, it'll be 2025-39.
oh, it's not 40?
They have 39 on the other, Angie. In the The minutes. It was
We can
39.
re-index later. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. It's just a clerical issue.
We'll go with 39 or 40. 40. Okay, RDA 2025-40 for the Avenal Successor Agency RDA Dev Obligation Resolution 2025-03 and for the Public Finance Authority 2025-02. And we may have come back and revise the first one. It may be 39, but we will announce it at the next meeting and we have to change it.
Right, and it's just an indexing. It doesn't matter. Everyone has seen the body of the resolution, and that's the most important part.
Mhm. So with that do we have a motion? We have a motion by Councilmember Reynosa. Is there a second?
And that's to approve all three.
Okay.
Okay, but we still have opportunity to come back and
Yeah.
revise it. Okay, so I'll second it.
The second by Mayor Pro Tem Gomez. And you roll call, please.
Councilmember Reynosa?
Yeah.
Councilman Verdugo? Councilman Hernandez? Mayor Pro Tem Gomez? Mayor Preciado?
Yes, for the record, it passed by 5-0. Thank you. And
Looking at the minutes right now. And I guess the last one, the fire contract that was done last week, that would be 38. So then this would be 39.
39.
Stand corrected.
Okay, so it is
Yes.
RDA 2025-39 for the record. Well, thank you, and we can continue moving forward. Item number 9, old business, and I believe it's an update on the SRO.
So that was a sweeping motion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All three.
That was all three.
I got stuck on looking at that.
Well, he kind of covered
we
that
got all
part
three.
in the budget.
Yeah, so I already kind of mentioned what was going on the SRO side, that we are not going to be having an SRO at this time. Working towards hopefully by next semester, but that was something mutually agreed upon between the city and the school district.
So
we're
we're
still-
having it at the middle school?
No.
Okay. So they're taking care of it.
Through the current tariffs that they had.
It's
The
on their,
intent-
it's on their pocketbook, right?
Although if there are calls for service, we are obligated
Yeah.
as we can.
So we're so busy helping.
Mhm. I did see Hardy at the middle school this morning actually giving citations for people. Yeah, so just for the record, when the school district was in contract with the city, they were paying only 50% of the officer's salary. With the county, they're gonna have to pay 100% of their salary. So it does make a difference, but hopefully we'll continue collaborating with them, working with them. And for the benefit of this community, also do the right thing, what is better. Separate two agencies, one at the school, one at the city, and what happens before school, during school, and after school, and even on weekends on school grounds, who responds to those incidents. That is critical to resolving crimes. But I guess at this time, we'll continue waiting the best time to provide the service. Yeah,
Very bad. Thank you for saying that.
so yeah.
He did really well. Yes.
Well, I believe that communication is critical when something is happening. They already may know from knowing them during interactions after school or weekends, patrolling the neighborhoods and everything. They already know, who is who and who may be a suspect of committing a crime at the school grounds. Or, but we'll continue, to be patient and continue exploring, those contracts. With that, so that's it. That's all the report. So no action taken. We're going to 10A, which is new business. And we have to 10A is to consider fiscal year 2024, 2025 end of the budget revision, and we're gonna have discussion and then action. And Mr. Lopez will take this into consideration.
Yes, I will take it right now. So as council, that's been here for a while is aware, and this is a resolution we kind of recycle each year of kind of end of year kind of revisions and changes that need to be done, allowing staff to work with our auditors, working with our finance consultants to kind of make those changes. If there was maybe a check that was put in the wrong fund, that was, you know, either a donation, but it was actually for a fundraiser, that sort of thing. That's typically the extent to what these changes are for. So this is what that budget basically is stipulating, that's allowing staff to make those minor adjustments and changes, working alongside, you know, the auditors, because there may be some changes here and there that they may recommend or require. Particularly knowing that this fiscal year we were between two systems, Central Square and OpenGov. Again, we recycled it each year. It's just basically stipulating, allowing staff to make those, all the cleanup.
The cleanups. Any questions, comments from council? It's an action item.
Yes, there's a resolution attached. This one is 40. Thanks, Moses.
Yeah, Moses. Okay, if there's no questions or comments, is there a motion to approve resolution 2025-40? We have a motion by Councilmember Reynosa. Is there a second? Is second by Councilmember Hernandez. Angie, roll call, please.
Councilman Reynosa?
Yeah.
Councilman Verdugo? Councilman Hernandez? Mayor Pro Tem Gomez? Mayor Preciado?
All right, let it show that it passed 5-0. Resolution 2025-40. With that, we'll go into the next item, 10B, which is to consider fiscal year appropriations limits. And I believe Mr. Lopez will take it again.
This was pretty simple. And I had one council member ask me what this was for. Again, we recycle and bring this back each year. Grisela and I have to recalculate based on the numbers that the state makes, and you can see that chart below. But basically saying that the city is not going to be using any more money that it needs, that it's collecting from taxes. So this would be property taxes, sales taxes. We have to come up with it, or we have to calculate a number based on numbers that the state provides, based on how our per capita ratios, what the growth or decrease valuations, but also growth and decrease in population. So currently our population has grown. So that's where that 6.44. The calculations for prior years are there as well. It gives us what our limit is that we can use from taxes. So this year's limit is right under 5 million. And then based on what we have in the budget, what we're estimating of collecting in revenues, we have to basically add and subtract. So we're estimating over 2.2, almost 2.3 million in taxes. So that's well under the limit of the 5 million. So we have over 2.7 million that could be used, but we're not collecting. We just basically have to make these calculations and present it to council and approve it, what the appropriations limit will be.
Yeah.
Technically,
County, then Sacramento.
I'm gonna be honest, technically we just publish it and no one's ever actually asked for it.
It's done every year.
But they know that we're under that limit, so if they ever asked us, we haven't.
We're in the safe area. Yeah. Oh. So So is there any other questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve resolution 2025-41? We have a motion by Councilmember Verdugo. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Reynosa. Angie, roll call, please.
Councilman Reynosa. Councilman Verdugo. Councilman Hernandez. Mayor Pro Tem Gomez. Mayor Preciado.
Aye. And for the record, let us show that it passed 5-0, resolution 2025-41. Thank you. With that, we'll go to item 11, correspondence, announcements, and closing comments before we go into closed session again. Angie, any
I
closing?
delivered the correspondence, but I have no announcements.
Okay, no announcements. Our city deputy clerk, Carla, any closing comments, announcements?
No closing comments or announcements at this time.
Thank you. Are there any closing comments by our city manager, Mr. Lopez?
There we go. Bless you, bless you, bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you. Thank you for a productive and speedy meeting so far. I know we're gonna go back into closed session to kind of go over the rest of the items we didn't get a chance to. Just want to appreciate the interns. I know they just left, but they've done an amazing job this whole summer. Got to spend a lot of time with them these last few weeks as we start working on more of our projects and events and activities and the community service that they're doing at the Vets Hall. So really proud of the work that they've been doing. And it's all kind of culminating into the event tomorrow night, the drive-in movie. And we've got a really beautiful flyer back there. So hopefully people come out. I know there's a football game at the same time, but we're hoping to attract all those folks who maybe aren't going to go to the game, looking for something they can do locally. So I really invite the entire community to come out. It's going to be a lot of fun. Weather will be nice. It'll be below 90 by then. So, and we always get a nice breeze here in town. So that's all I wanted to share. Hope everyone comes out to the middle school tomorrow, 4 p.m. for activities, and movies will start at 7:30. So I hope to see you all there.
International Relaxation Day.
We will have a photo booth. We'll have popcorn for sure. We'll have cotton candy. So there'll be a lot of little good knickknacks. LED. Yeah. So come out if you can.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. And any closing comments by our legal counsel?
I have nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Then we'll go with Councilmember Reynosa. Any closing comments, announcements? No. So we move to Councilmember Verdugo. Closing comments, announcements?
Somebody brought it on, actually, interns brought it up. We were watching a documentary at home and it was about, I think, city of Memphis, or it's a big town, big city, that they were expecting a big storm. So they had to go in there into the drainage system to the drains that supply or to collect all that rainwater. And some of those areas were actually as big as this. Those drains where staff had to go through there, make sure there's no obstructions. It just brought something to my attention that all of us every day wake up, open the water faucet and go and think about what it takes to get that water into that office. Or the guys being out there in the middle of winter when it's cold and but maybe raining, fixing a water leak. Or these guys out here doing repairs up and down Scotland during the heat. And it just reminded me that I needed to at least say thank you to them for doing what they do, because we take it for granted, and so for all the public works, all the landscapers that are out there every day doing what they do. I'd like to say thank you. And then just like we mentioned earlier, I do hope that we come January, we do a revision. This budget is well needed. Also, our contract, we need to really just sign the thing, because Um, we need to show the community that, hey, that we're listening to them and we need. It's gonna take time to do, if we just do decide to, do our own fire department, it's gonna take time, it's gonna take more than a year. And we need to do it just to straight in stages and it's gonna take a while, it's not gonna be overnight. It's gonna take over a year to do that, so I think we need to sign this contract as soon as we get it. That's my personal opinion, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Closing comments by Council Member Hernandez. Thank you. Any closing comments by Mayor Pro Tem Cames? Okay, I just want to report that I attended a tour of in Tulare by Southern California Edison last Thursday and Friday. Even though they're not in our service area, they're actually providing online classes for water treatment operators and also for wastewater treatment operators. They are certified by the state of California for continued education hours for their licenses that has to be reviewed every 2 years. And we've been sending some of our employees as far as Lake Tahoe, Vacaville, Sacramento. Sometimes it is kind of expensive and difficult for our operators to attend those continuing education classes. So this is going to be another venue where they can actually sign up online and get credit for attending those classes online and renewing their licenses. And as you know, they have different levels, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in all cross certification for distribution, water treatment, and wastewater treatment operators. So I will pass on that information to Mr. Lopez. That way he can contact Public Utilities Director. And that's another option. And most of the classes are free too. So just take time to get online and have it done, take a test and continue with their continuing education. So I also was able to attend a tour in by Huntington Lake with the same company, Southern California Edison. We toured the hydroelectric plant that they have underground. We visited 3 of them. They have 12 in the area. Last year, I went to the PG&E over by Chevrolet. These hydroelectric plants are essential for the state of California because they do produce over 20% statewide of the electricity that is needed in the state of California. And the good thing about it is that they recognize that PG&E and them, they're not rivals. They're actually partners supplying energy to the state of California. So they don't want to look into each other as rivals or be divided between them. They're willing to cooperate with the other energy company to see how they can improve services to communities that are outside of their service area. So it was very productive, and they provided the lodging, the meals, even transportation, because it was a big tour. They were coming from LA. We met in Tulare. Some flew from the Bay Area, and this was through water education for Latino leaders. That's how I was invited. So I was dropped off in Tulare, and I took the bus, and I was kind of keen for 3 days with no service up in the mountains, looking at those plants. But I think there are benefits to our community, like those classes that are going to be provided online, free of charge for our water operators. Unfortunately, I won't be able to attend Friday's movie. I'll be also representing the city in a cohort in San Ramon, over by San Francisco. I'm a member of the advisory committee for well, and we're planning for the August 20th presentation in Sacramento to the Assembly and the Senate members, August 20th, and then I'll be meeting with, hopefully with Senator Hurtado. She haven't confirmed yet, but that's the plan. But I'll be meeting for sure with Assemblywoman Alexandra Macedo, who represents our district. I have recommended our city manager and also Chris Kam to provide information that will fit our needs to hopefully bring more resources, continue working with them with appropriations and bringing more funding to the city. I'll be going to DC next week. I'll be participating with the Policy Council of the San Joaquin Valley that compromises the 8 counties in the Central Valley. We will be going to Washington, D.C. In September. I believe it's 8, 9, and 10, around those dates. And we're going to be lobbying to bring federal funding to the Central Valley, to the 8 counties. We'll be going for Valley Voices. The trip is called Valley Voices. They've been doing this forever. This will be my 3rd time in DC. You know, I've been very, very lucky that before we never have any city of Avenal representation at the San Joaquin Valley Air Governing Board. I've been participating with them. I'm now participating with the San Joaquin Valley Policy Council without also compromising the 8 county. The same with the Air Governing Board, the 8 counties in the Central Valley. That's from Stockton all the way to Bakersfield, Irving, to the top of to the beginning of the Grapevine. But we have accomplished a lot of good things. We're working on the State Highway 99 4 lanes. We're also working on Stockton Diamond interchange. That's a very critical situation for the community of Stockton. On the low-income population, the railroad goes, and when they go and stop up to 4 to 6 hours, the community gets uncommunicated. They don't have a way to go across to the north side of the town. That's where the hospitals, clinics, and more essential services are. So they have to go around. They're kind of uncommunicated. They have to go around. Sometimes it may take them 20 minutes just to go around to go to a clinic or do essential services. There's no banks, there's no clinics, there's no hospitals on that area where they're uncommunicated. So we've been pushing very hard in DC for the funding so they can have an overpass. So at no time the community would be divided, uncommunicated, and not being able to get the essential services that they get. So we'll be working also in DC with transportation policies. We're really pushing for a bill that will help rural communities where heavy-duty trucks with 80,000 pounds come and deteriorate our highways, county highways, city highways, and we don't get the funding to fix it. Sometimes that funding has to come from cities' revenues. The only revenues we have is from local transportation funds, LTF funds, that we may get 100, 200,000, maybe 300,000 every year left over from local transportation funds. And sometimes to work on 5 blocks of city blocks is over $1 million. So sometimes we have to save 3-4 years in order to accomplish infrastructure on those roads. That's why we've been getting behind constructing our own city limits. Right now, we're going to be responsible for all the work from, as you know, the city of Avenal are responsible for fixing the Avenal cutoff from the I-5 all the way to the State Aqueduct, even though it's only 2 miles, but it's going to cost the city over $4 million to get that done. So funding is essential. So we're hoping to bring more funding to the city to continue working on our projects. And, you know, we'll continue to represent the city in these boards in good faith and hoping to bring attention to our rural disadvantaged communities. That's the focus, and we'll continue to do that. We'll be going into closed session. We may have something to disclose, but we will announce it after closed sessions. Sure, go ahead.
Running to Aleste Ramos is from the Blanca Tobacco program.
Mhm.
And during our conversation, I had asked her when was the last time they did a sting in Avenal, you know, with tobacco. And she said, it's been a while. She said 2020. Been a while.
Yeah.
So she reached out to me, I got the signal today. There's I'm reaching out to follow up on the tobacco purchase decoy operation that was recently requested. Actually good. The program successfully completed a decoy operation from Fresno County volunteers. And they found that multiple Avenal tobacco retailers did sell tobacco products to young adults under the age of 21. As you request, the program can share results with the rest of the council and ask her, she could do a presentation.
Mm. Yeah, they were actually been hoping that the city, we did provided a couple of city ordinance regarding the signs. At one time, some stores didn't have anything but tobacco signs almost blocking view into the store. And so we've been really pushing hard, but that's a good news. Same thing needs to happen with alcohol, and also, I believe the chief is also going to be enforcing DUI checkpoints in the near future. He successfully also got a grant to do that, to pay for the overtime. And so we'll continue working for the safety of our community. I think that is a must do and concerns everyone. When one thing also I would like to say, we also find out that some retail stores were not charging taxes. They were just, oh, you pay me next time. Don't worry about it. But those are revenue loss to our community. So that's something we also need to keep a close eye to most private businesses, that they're also honest when they're doing their record books. If they sell $500, they may only report $200, so they're reporting less taxes, because the way the system works, they write every day in a notebook their sales, and they take that to Fresno to stay at it, and they believe whatever they take. So we need to influence honesty, transparency, and make sure that they're doing everything accordingly, because revenues are being lost. Tobacco being sold to minors, maybe alcohol, somebody maybe driving under the influence, so all those things are very critical to our community. And I think that's why it's important that community attends council meetings, because sometimes you see things that we don't see. Sometimes you talk to people that we don't talk. So all those help make a city ordinance, or kind of direct hire personnel, city staff to focus on these specific areas regarding whatever the case may be, like running stop signs during during school hours, or maybe, selling, like you mentioned, tobacco, or whatever the case may be. I think we all need the community input so we can be a better city and provide better services. That is essential. Chief, go ahead.
Shoulder tap, right?
Grant that we had applied for was in the for operation. There's some specific training.
Mhm. Mm.
typically hit or miss on those, that book. Maybe to apply. Fortunate. Have those grants.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I know that for a fact that elementary schools now they've been getting kids with those vapors machines. What is it? The vaping pens. They've been confiscated at elementary schools. So I believe we need to kind of be on the outlook and kind of help reduce that shouldn't be happening, especially in a small community. Mm. Mhm.
Would that be something that, because it was only for safety, right?
Mhm.
Could this be kind of written creative? Do something with some of that money instead of.
Mm. Mm. Yeah. Mhm. No, but definitely, yeah, no, but definitely we will be looking into that, and whenever that's why we prioritize savings in every department. That way the city may have extra funding that can be spent in the community for the community. And that's something that is our vision, our goal to accomplish, to do better, to provide better services, to attack, things that are happening that affects the well-being of our community or the safety. So we'll keep that in mind. The vaping. Hmm. Okay. Well, thank you. And meeting adjourned. Time is no for now. Well, we're going to public closed session, so we're adjourned to go into closed session, but we'll be back and announce after closed session. Thank you for coming.
Two.
11:15.
Close session.
11:16. Ready?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. We just came out of closed session, and there is nothing to report out of closed session. So meeting adjourned at 11:16. Thank you and good night.
Turn it off. The pink ones, because it has those